Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Today we're doing some more Insignia Dev, and yeah, I've just been working away at the game over the weekend, bits and pieces for the most part. Did a bit of work on some trailer stuff yesterday, as well as, what was I working on? Oh, a bunch of cutscene stuff. Lots of cutscene content. So we're going to be working on that today, actually. Shall we jump straight into it? Well, first I'll say a big thank you and welcome to everybody who's here in chat on YouTube and on Twitch. Big thanks to Pregnant Lily. We've got Hi, I'm Spectra, Pixels Murphy. We got Void Playing Games and Inga Arts. Welcome. Big thank you also to Repack Live for the most recent follow and Universal for the most recent subscription. So, let me close that and jump into, I think it would be a good idea for me to, let me just make sure all of this stuff is safely off this document. 1 second. Yep, that's great. Can delete that. And then this can just go over here and we can return to here. Okay, so this morning I was working on a Hugo cutscene. In fact, from 10 till something, I was working on a trailer and card. Then I was working on the Hugo cutscene. Now I'm working on some boss fight stuff. Well, we did the setup for the stream after lunch, and then we're doing boss fight, mini boss, trigger. Okay, so a little bit of difficulty here. I don't really have a great way in my game of, I find there are these little seams, okay, these little moments when working on the game where I will need to call a specific function to make something happen. And I can either write a custom class that literally is just a container for that function, or I can, I don't know, write some sort of global singleton thing that does the thing. It's really difficult because there's no like one size fits all solution to half of this stuff. It really just comes down to like, you know, in the moment, what's the thing that you choose to do. But the problem is, if I just wing it every time, I end up with a series of cutscenes across the game where there's lots of stuff that's been winged. And ultimately, if you need to edit any of that stuff and it's not part of a system, then you need to go through every single instance where it's a problem and fix it. And this is something that I'm very conscious of. Like when I'm working in general, I think a lot about like, okay, how do I make sure that I'm not repeating myself and using systems that I build, but I also am concerned about, you know, making sure that I'm not over engineering as well. So it's a delicate balance, and it's one that I'm trying to get better at. So, particularly, the really core example here is this idea about what to do with cameras at the edges of cutscenes. I have this, I'll talk you through it really quickly. I have this sort of scenario where we'll have like a timeline. And the timeline has some stuff that happens within it. And at the end of the timeline, I want, in this case, a boss fight to start. So when this thing reaches the end, start the boss fight. But in the grand scheme of things, if we look at this situation, so I've got like, the Hunden here, he's stepping up to Hugo. They have some sort of interaction. For now, I'll just fix this so that it doesn't cause us any problems while I'm trying to explain this. So steps up, they have a talk, Armin walks up, this guy turns around, he's going to turn around here and face Armin. He attacks Armin, Armin rolls out of the way, the boss fight starts. So what I'd like to do, what would be nice, is if I transitioned to the camera that will be locking that will be framing the boss fight during the cutscene. I mean, that would be ideal. But that's kind of not really how my cutscene system works. My transition tracks have basically, well, because I have like a free camera in the game and then I have cutscene cameras, this thing that we're talking about here would be neither. It would be a zone camera. So it's not a cutscene camera. It's a camera that frames action, but it's also not the free camera. It influences the free camera. So like maybe in this case, I would create a transition track here, or maybe just a new transition clip. And we would transition at this point to the zone camera? Is that what we would do? That doesn't seem like a bad idea. Because Armin will already be there. And we'll just do like a slow move with no out transition. Maybe that's enough? I'm not sure. Let's have a play. So we walk in, cutscene starts. I'm quite demanding with this stuff, but I can't stress, there'll be dozens of these cutscenes, like hundreds maybe. So the idea of it being, fluid and easy to do is really important. So that's what I don't want. Hey, Repack Live, welcome. Oh, thank you so much. So we just saw there like a really strong cut that happened. Oh, underrated. Thank you. That's very kind. We could do something where we like enable the problem is that we're sort of like trying to override it to turn it on in conditions that it normally wouldn't. And maybe this is one of those areas where it would be better to have a boss fight object, a game object that did things like throw the walls up to block the player from exiting or something like that. Maybe that's the way to do it. And we just, from the cutscene, just call start boss fight. Maybe that's what we do. Hey, Pete. How's it going? In fact, I'm starting to think that might be the best way to do it. All right, let's do that. I think that might be better. We'll just call it mini boss container. The thing is, we can't use a timeline to do those. At least I don't think so. It would be great though if I did. It would be great to have like some sort of timeline animation cutscene thing that I could at least have like a little, fight start or something like that. Just something that felt a little bit more, whatever. But we're going to need to do things like play music, throw up the walls, show a little maybe title card or show the boss HUD. I think this is something that's going to have to exist in the scene. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's take this seriously. Create empty mini boss container. All right. So we can start. Is it the black bars that just show the jump? Can you just animate some black bars at the end of the cutscene? Huh? I don't know what you mean by black bar. I mean, I know what black bars are, but I don't know what role they have in this conversation. So let's do a little bit of a list of things that we expect to happen when we fire up a mini boss cutscene. Mini boss fight container. Hey, Cyborg Chipmunk. Thank you so much. What platform do I use for storyboarding? This is Figma. And I do a lot of tracking in that. So Mudtato, in Insignia, I have a lot more of a sophisticated set of things that happen than just showing black bars. That's already happening. It already shows black bars when the cutscene happens and takes them away when they're done. But what we're talking about here is like transitioning between different like zoom sizes, transitioning between different anchor points. It is cold right now, John. Yeah, it's freezing. Winter where I am. So like this is not, it's not as straightforward as like show the bars, don't show the bars. It's like set up the game such that everything is in the condition that it needs to be. There's actually like maybe a dozen or half a dozen things that need to be turned on here. So let me figure this out. So the first thing is we want things to be in it. What is happening right now? Music is playing. Okay. I think this cable's a bit weird on my headphones. Hey, made by Brando, welcome. Okay, things to be enabled. So, boss health bar needs to show up. Both combatants need to not be able to move for like 1 second at least. We need to no, can't do that, Robo. And doing that is going to leave me in a position where if I ever have to move that camera, then you'll see a jump because you'll then have to go back to the cutscene and manually update that. This is the difference between like a jam game level design and best practices versus like a production game. In a production game, you can't hard code things like that. Because you never know what's going to get changed 6 months, 8 months, a year from now. So if someone has to move that camera because we changed the geometry of the level and then that breaks the cutscene, but we don't know it breaks the cutscene, we're only going to find it if we play the cutscene and notice that the two positions of the cameras are misaligned because we manually hard coded it in the previous example. Both combatants need to not be able to move for like 1 second at least. Boss health bar shows up. Zone camera takes control. We'll call this fight camera takes control. It could just be, it doesn't have to be a zone camera. It could just be a cutscene camera that we turn on, but we have to make sure we turn it off. So we'll call this things to be controlled. And maybe that's the thing. We have control and we have like on fight start, and maybe we have an on fight end. Fade the health bar away. Release fight camera. Doesn't have to be a zone camera, it could just be a cutscene camera. Enable any arena walls. Disable arena walls. Probably should also have some sort of a quest flag. Maybe even like a defeated card. Foe vanquished. Hey, Beat Zeus. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Okay, so let's start mocking this up a little bit. Come on, man. Let's just tell you to get lost for a bit. Coding a boss fight. The thing is, a boss fight, as far as my game is concerned, a boss fight is just, it's just a situation where you have to beat an enemy in order to continue. That's all a boss fight really is. But a boss, like, could be anything, right? And it depends on the genre of the game that you're working on. I would recommend, obviously, that you have some sort of like boss fight state machine. So like if the boss fight has phases, you want to be able to check which phase that the boss fight's in, and then have things, little triggers in the arena react to the different phases of the fight. You might want to have special animations play at certain points, but this is totally dependent on the game that you're making. You might want to have a music trigger that starts when the boss fight starts. I think a boss fight is actually like the culmination of every other feature that you've got in your game and your game tools coming together. That's really what a boss fight is. So it's really dependent on like how well you can orchestrate all the different systems of your game. Like in my case, having this like pre-boss fight cutscene that leads naturally into a boss fight that has a boss health bar that's generic or whatever, music that I can trigger, that's all stuff that is built on top of systems that I've already finished, but built for the purpose of being able to, orchestrate this thing all in one little sort of rhythm, all in one moment. Because otherwise, you can make anything happen, right? It's whatever you want, but it's going to be a lot harder to get all these things to sync up if you don't have really easy entry points for them. It just gets really complicated otherwise. Full dev mode, that's right. Yeah, I mean, like, repack, I think. This weekend, I spent some time recording like a podcast for like a beginner game developer. It's basically like a advice from me for like an hour of me just chatting. And I think that it's one thing to have a game idea. That's really cool. It's another thing to have the confidence that you can actually finish that game idea at a level of polish that you would be happy with. And I think that at the beginning, you would have basically no idea how long something would take. You just can't determine, because you don't have the experience to know, oh, this is going to take me 6 months or this is going to take me 2 years. So I would say the first thing that you should do is build something where you don't actually have a deadline. You're just building it for the sake of it, but it's relatively small, like one system for your game, and make a game out of that system. And you can't add anything to the game that isn't that system. So if it's like let's say you want to build an RPG, the first thing you would need is like a dialogue system. Make a game that's just the dialogue system, and you just talk for like 10 minutes back and forth. Maybe you walk around a little bit, or there's like scenes, like a visual novel, but it's mostly just interacting with the dialogue system. And that is the thing that you make first. Then now you have some data of like, oh, when I make a dialogue system, this will take 3 weeks or whatever it is. Now you at least know how long it takes you to make a thing, and you can use that thing on your next project. So I would build all of the component features and make games out of them first towards that dream game that you have. And then by the time you get to the dream game, you'll at least have had some experience with all the other systems that you need to make that dream game. And if you have no idea where to start on a topic, that's your cue to do a little side project and learn about that topic and feel good about it, without the idea of this is all going towards this one game that I said I would make. Instead, it's more like, this is my next little project. This is my next little project, until your little project is the size of the game that you want to, when a project that is little for you is as big as the thing that you originally wanted to make. Yeah, or just do what I did and spend 8 years on your dream game. I don't recommend it. Please don't do it. I was kind of in a really unlucky position when I started Insignia, in terms of like I got into sort of a trap that's a little unfortunate, and I feel like I do this quite a lot in my life, where I had the skills to make Insignia. I had them. I knew how to animate in pixel art reasonably well, and I was learning very quickly, even the stuff that I didn't know how to do. And I knew a little bit of code, and I knew a little bit how to write decent code. So in my mind, I thought, this is my next, this is the project that I'm able to take on now, because I've done some stuff. I've done dialogue systems and interaction and stuff. I've done some game jams, so I should be good for this now. But still, I think that my talent or whatever, my skills tricked me a little bit, because the project that I picked was actually like way bigger. And I had, unfortunately, some role models that I was chasing after that were also extremely exceptional. So I set my expectations accidentally way too high. And my talents were growing still. I was still getting better. And so there was almost like I kept going, well, how far can I go? How far can I go? I'm getting better, getting better, getting better. I never like knew to set my expectations lower. And then before I knew it, I'd spent like 4 years on the project. And it's like, okay, now you realize how big the project is. Are you actually the kind of person who can pull it off on your own? Or is this even a project that is a one-person project anymore? Maybe you need to start thinking about a team and getting funding and thinking about all the rest of it. And now I'm in a position where, because of the foundation that I laid at the beginning and how ambitious it was, now I have to do all these other jobs to get more to do justice to the project that I've started. Like, here's an example. Okay. These are title end cards for a wishlist trailer. Right? This is like the last screen you would see on a wishlist trailer. They're both really nice. When I look at them, I think, wow, these look pretty. But like, as I look at them, I have to look at a lot of other games that are coming out and their trailers, and the kind of skills that the people who work on those games have, and what is the basic standard for the games that my game is like coming up against. And now that I'm in that position, it's like, oh, actually, this needs to be like as good as a game made by like 15 people. like the standard, and maybe that's me still, maybe that's bias, but like when I look at this, like as a piece of graphic design, it's not a professional standard yet. There's still issues with it that I think hurt it. Because of the key art being weighted on the left-hand side, it sets it off balance. This one's a lot more balanced, but it lacks the character. So like we can nitpick at it, but it's like, what a perfectionistic place to be. And did I really expect to be there? When I started? Did I expect to need to have that level of graphic design skill? Hey Barrett, welcome. And the same thing with all of it. Like, certain factors have put me in a position where like I've tricked myself almost into being forced into a place where I have to have the professional skills of a bunch of other, professionals. Release is success. No, not for me, unfortunately. It's not. Unfortunately. I would love for that to be the case, Mudtato, but I'm not. I've accidentally excluded myself from that conversation. Because the game is too good. The time I've spent is too great. For me to just push it out in whatever quality I feel like being at. Like a successful, like a release that does the game justice would be a good release, in my opinion. And it can be an endless process, but I think I've got a pretty good idea of what I want the game to be. I don't think I've got I don't think that it's an unrealizable vision. It's just a vision that's not very easy for one person to achieve on their own. And all of the steps that I have to take now to do the game justice require a team, and getting funding for that team is also challenging. Have I run a playtest among friends? You can playtest it right now if you want. Is there a version that represents a high quality but allows you to continue working on it while it's out there? While it's out there? You're talking about like early access? I've considered it. We talked about this a few months ago, or not a few months ago, a couple of weeks ago. This idea of what does it mean to, what are the possible pathways towards release? And there are a bunch of different pathways that shape the game, depending on which one I go down. The staying solo, keep it community focused, keep it small, release early and keep working on it. That's the early access model. That model could have been one that was, like, it's possible that works, but it's a big risk because it depends on there being an audience for the game that sticks with the game while I'm working on it. And it would mean that my runway for the game, as in the funds for me to keep working on it, I'd be cannibalizing the sales to do that. And if the sales dried up by like chapter 2 out of 5, I'd be stuck with a game that was 2/5 complete, but without any more funds to finish it. Whereas this way, it's like I get a publisher, I build the team, we release it, it finishes, and then we hope to recoup the investment. So if and the alternative would be to shrink the game right down to like something that I could finish alone without a budget. Gosh, just the thing is, that version, like straight up, this cutscene that I'm working on right now, or I've got like the camera moves across, I've got dialogue portraits for the different characters, they've got different animations, different portraits for different emotions. We've got, action poses happening, boss fight starts. Like that would be very, very, very hard for me to commit to throughout the whole game and finish the game solo. I would have to can most of that levels of storytelling. Because this kind of work takes like a week to do. Well, not a week, but like the last week has been like 2 cutscenes and the associated assets that go with them. Like I spent like a whole day on just this. If I wanted to turn this into a whole game that I could do by myself, that would have to be something that I could do in like half an hour. Just like the scale would have to be so much. This background, gone. You'll never see it again. If I was to shrink it to be one person's worth of work, I would have to retroactively strip art out of the game to make it so that I had less of an art budget for the future. Like less of a, I'd need to lower the bar of what's there now, I think. Genuinely. Have I considered working with a producer? Yes. Yes. Once we've got some funding, I would love to work with a producer. That's the current goal is to scope up and have more resources, including a producer, once there's a publisher on board. Because I think that the game that this could be is already proving to be more interesting, bigger than a smaller version. Like the small version is interesting, but lacks some of the things that I think the story is designed to have tension built around. But this is the thing, when you say your audience, I don't think it's a question of like, you have an audience, what do they want? I think it's you build an audience with the game that you make. So the question really is, what is the biggest shape of audience or the most viable, highest return on investment shape of audience that the game should warrant? If you have story, then you invite the kinds of players who like story. If you take the story out, then you don't have a game that invites players who like story. So the question is, for me, it's like, what features do I think naturally fit together to make this game be good, in my opinion? Just good and well-paced and enjoyable to me. And then, based on these features, what kinds of audiences am I attracting? Not the other way around. I didn't start with, I have an audience. What kinds of features are they interested in enjoying? What shape of the game should I make based on that? Money, quality, and time. What is it? Choose two? For me, where I have gone from having a lot of time and a lot of quality, but no money, and over time, this is rearranging to needing more money to keep the quality high, and I don't have as much time. So this was like pre-production. And then during production, we're going to have it look like this. That's why I'm heading towards a publisher. The quality is not something I'm prepared to compromise on, ever. The time frame is shrinking naturally because I'm getting older and I don't want to be doing this forever. But in order to keep the quality up where it is, we need more money to be able to invest. So that's where we are. If you're asking like what I want out of it, yeah, I want to make money and I want the game to be high quality. At this point, it is a business goal. This is a career for me. It's not a hobby. I want the game to be a success financially, so that I can continue working on games. Hey, Narwhal Hugs, welcome. Yeah, I struggle emotionally with being in this position because the advice that I would give people and people who look to me for advice, the advice I would give them is to do something the opposite of what I'm doing. And I think that, I mean, I genuinely, it is the case that like the industry doesn't really have enough opportunity for indies for there to be like 30 games like mine coming out a year. That just doesn't, there's not enough appetite for that. There's maybe appetite for like 5 games like Insignia to come out a year at most. And that being the case, well, not only is there that much demand, but the supply, the level of like things that have to go right for a game like that to even be released makes those games extremely difficult to make anyway. So for me, I'm on this journey where I've decided that I want to take on that kind of project. And I don't regret it. That's my actual real ambition that I've decided. And I'm only here still doing it because the world hasn't told me no yet. And instead, I've been given lots of opportunities to keep going and keep trying and keep building. And I'm pushing myself to grow into that. But for anyone trying to make anything similar to like what I'm making, I would say you're going to have a much better time if you go smaller. Way, way, way better time. Because perfectionism is not worth it. However, for me, in the corner of the market that I'm finding myself in, perfectionism is necessary. I have to be a perfectionist in order to meet the standards of the audience that I'm trying to reach. Like, that's a good question, Mudtato. Is it inherent in pixel art? I think so. I think so. For a game like this, perfectionism is something that you invite the audience to be demanding over. Like, look at how much work there is in this tile set. And I don't even know if it's a good tile set, yet. You know what I mean? Like, there are still elements that I could imagine adding or changing or fixing or, adapting that would make this much more interesting to look at. There's probably another layer of assets to go on top of the tile set to give it a feeling of life and depth that most people expect from like a game that gets talked about in the zeitgeist, like a game like Clair Obscur or like any kind of RPG or like Sea of Stars, for example. If you take a look at a screenshot from Sea of Stars and you just look at the level of pixel art, the amount of stuff that's being rendered, the quality of what's being rendered, the density of details, like it's a lot of work. This is just like what people have come to expect at this point in the industry. Of course, this is like at the top echelon. But if you want to handle this kind of storytelling without the smart thing to do would be to target a minimalistic art style. Definitely. I don't think that this is wise to chase this. But if you're making something that looks anything like this, then it has to be at this level of quality. That's the problem, is that like, as soon as you enter this territory, I feel like you sort of, you invite it. You invite you invite the viewer to be critical visually. Whereas like a game like Undertale, it doesn't depend on its graphics being beautiful because being a comedic game. It doesn't take itself too seriously. Sometimes those inconsistencies give it charm. It's more valid in the zone that they're going for to be less polished. It's somehow, and I would say even in Undertale, it's not bad. There's quite good pixel art here going on. But you sort of set expectations. So for me, with Insignia, it's almost like, because I'm trying to tell a dramatic story. Someone asked me, like, do you have a deep story? I do have a deep story. Like, I'm going for something that's basically like a Lord of the Rings or like a Harry Potter in terms of like the depth of the story. You're maybe one Harry Potter film. That's basically what Insignia is. Or like an Indiana Jones or something. It's like a full adventure plot. And in order for you to care about the characters, like, again, you put when you're making a game, you put on your plate the production values that you then have to eat, that you have to make the game out of, right? So for me, I made the choice of having there be cutscenes with character action, with custom animations. When I did that, now I open up the invitation, I open up the scope for there to be like, NPCs that have walking animations, and also 3 or 4 custom animations for cutscenes, and a custom portrait, and a camera that can zoom in and out of specific, shots to create more of a cinematic effect or whatever. Like, in this scene here, is this going to run? Nope. Actually, that boss health bar needs to go away. Anyway, can't do examples right now because I'm in the middle of developing something. But the point I'm trying to make is, at a certain point, you create the shape of the thing that you need to fill into. And then as you fill into it, and this is what happened with me, you start getting feedback from audiences in accordance with what's working about your game. So for me, the game has taken this shape because people asked me to do it. Like, players have been more receptive of the game when it has had more of that, storytelling throughout, mixed into the action, and more, more life, more things to play with. I actually, if I'm being serious, if I'm being frank for a second, even though I'm Adam, I think Insignia is like a perfectly valid scope. I think it's fine. I don't think it's too big of a game for an adventure game. It doesn't have too many features. It doesn't have too many characters. It doesn't have too long of a story. It's just too big for one person, given the production values that it's got. It's fine. It's totally a normal-sized game doing normal game-sized things. It just happens to be too big for me by myself, which I'm not by myself anymore, but I need funding for the rest of my team so I can keep hiring them, which relies on me working right now. So someone asked me, am I Arab? My parents speak Arabic, but I don't know if we call ourselves Arab. Okay. Is there a scene in Insignia that you're especially proud of or represents the standard you want? Oh yeah, plenty. Most of chapter 1 now represents the standard that I am aiming for. Hey, Snupil says yummers with IDR 20,000. I don't know what that's. Is that Indian rupees? Thank you. rupiah. Indonesian rupiah. Got it. Close. I almost got it. Yeah, I just got to finish it. Correct. So I'm going to do that. All right. So are some of these elements dependent on specific boss fights? Should this be a series of event hooks? I think it should, actually. I think this should just be the hooks. Let's go into focus mode. Let's do it. Well, we have had some publisher chats already. I think pretty much every boss fight's going to need an arena, at least the virtual camera, but let's think about the things that we know we can't. We know that we can't fix. It's almost like we need a conditioned behavior that doesn't operate on flags because it's not supposed to be saved. It's just based on states. Nah, this I think we're right on the border of composition versus inheritance right here. Anyway, let's just do it the dumb way and see where we end up. Unfortunate that I have to add to the singleton, but it's life. Hey, Odia. Thanks for the follow. All right. Hey, AV Baby Wavy. I'm just now learning to code after months of messing around in FL Studio, making tunes and the like. I've always wanted to make a game, but my visual art skills aren't that good, and I don't care to learn all that much. So is there no way that I could build a game at the scale of Insignia? So there is no way that I could build a game at the scale of Insignia, but I've always wanted to make games. All that to say, it's genuinely impressive that you've already pulled off, even if it's what you've already pulled off, even if it's not finished yet. I really appreciate that. Oh, I think so too. I'm this is one of the difficult things of being in my position, is that like I'm so proud of the progress that I've made and just genuinely what I have built. Like, this is so cool to be able to work on this every day. And it's cool as like an engineer and like as a designer, like being able to just play around with a thing that I've got, this project. And it's also, I think the game itself is also cool. Like it's something that I want to play one day and I'm excited about. And there's a lot of positive aspects to it, just in terms of like, just being what it is. I'm excited for it. And then there's the business question of like, am I doing enough to make this thing what it needs to be? And blah, blah, blah. There's like all this extra stuff that is more about like, am I headed for success in my career? And I fixate a lot on that stuff because I guess that's the stuff that makes the big difference as to whether or not I can keep doing it. But it's hard to feel like I should be, naturally still pretty, what's the word? Proud of what I'm doing. You know, I should be proud. I know that I should be. Like being proud of the game and being able to make money off of it are two separate things. It's hard to not, you want to just be able to switch off the part of your brain that worries about money. But again, hard to do that. What's the problem here? Boss life setup. Title.text equals life.character.name. Maybe life.character hasn't been set yet because the Hunden is not enabled. Always hard, isn't it? That'll work now, yeah. But actually we want to start the boss disabled. So I mean, I'll almost never want to do this. this is another thing, right? Like this enemy, there's an enemy here, and then there's an NPC that's shaped like the enemy. For the purposes of dealing with the intro cutscene, it makes way more sense to not have the enemy, you know, doing enemy things, because he's going to want to attack Armin and whatever. So I either try to like lobotomize the enemy and puppet it around in the cutscene and then turn its brain back on, or I just substitute it when the cutscene ends, just take the NPC out, put the enemy in. Yeah, but no, because the whole point is I've just built this boss fight container and I already want to know the name of the boss, its health. I want it in the scene. I don't want to spawn it. I want it in the scene. I just want it disabled. But if I have it disabled, then I can't set up the boss. I can't set anything up if it's not enabled. Use a lookup table? No. I don't want to do any of that. I'm not concerned about how to get the boss in the arena. It's just, I'm just describing a wrinkle in game design that actually lots of games do this. Tons of games will substitute one game object for another in a cutscene versus in gameplay. Like almost every character action game will have different models for during a cutscene as during gameplay. And the games that don't do that are games like Skyrim, where everything's procedural all the time. But then you've got weird situations where like there's a guy who's attacking you and then you can talk to him. And then he just stops attacking you and starts talking for a bit. And then as soon as you stop talking, he goes back to attacking you. You know, it's just like weird logical inconsistencies because you're trying to create this like fake simulation of like reality instead of just like telling a story. So anyway, I think I'll have this left off, and I think I'll turn this off, and I think I'll only set up the life bar here. And that way we don't have to worry about it. Yeah, but like you're talking about, this is what I'm saying. Like it's the kinds of things that you're describing are like ultra surface level at this when we're talking about this style of game. Like, of course everything has a state machine, but like we're talking about like, now we're talking about hierarchical, almost like multiple like state machines that control other state machines, because you want this thing to behave like an enemy at one point, which has a state machine, versus like an NPC at this point, which is a different kind of state machine. So now you need a state machine manager above the two state machines that, and at a certain point, it's like, how many levels of abstraction do you want before it stops being practical? That's a question that you can't just answer by going, sounds like you need a state machine. You know what I mean? Like, this is now down to like actual game design, like game architecture, which is going to be game specific. You can't just throw a keyword out from the peanut gallery, you know? Hey then, May, welcome. New to Unity. How do you avoid having to wait a bunch of code? Okay, I'll give you a couple of things you can do. First thing is go into project settings, go into player, or is it editor from preferences? Editor, and then click this button here, enter play mode options. Make that checked to on and make these checked to off. Okay, so this will stop the domain from reloading every single time you want to press play. That's the first thing. Second thing is you can use assembly definitions if you're very early in your project to split your code up so it takes less time to compile. That way, any change you make will only change the assembly definition, not the whole code base. Third thing you can do is you can download and purchase Hot Reload, which will only compile the exact line of code you just changed. And when you do that, you can even update stuff at runtime and it'll update permanently. Like you can make code changes to gravity or whatever, or something, and or an if statement, and it'll update that in real time, no recompiles. It's a bit unstable, but it's worked for me a lot. So that's how you avoid it. All right. So back to our boss health bar. This was built in such a way that I think it just wants to know what it's doing on setup, on start. But actually it shouldn't. Oh, we've got update loop here. Okay, we're going to have a... something like that. Am I trained as a software engineer? I'm actually not trained as a software engineer. I've learned software engineering basically from Insignia. Yeah. See, even this is that's tough. I did know how to code, but not how to be a software engineer. Okay, so this now, in order for this to do its job, and how many other things are doing this? Combat bar, UI damage, bunch of things. All of these expect this thing to be enabled. The problem is if I disable it, then I won't be able to speak to it again unless I set active to true whenever I enter it. That wouldn't be too bad. Okay. So let's disable it here. So it's always disabled, but we have it plugged in. And when we call setup, then we enable it. Nice. Cool. Now we need to actually set up the thing. So I have some code that's left over from before I just built this thing. So that's here, boss health bar, begin. Instead of calling that, we're going to go to the mini boss container, which we should probably turn into a prefab, I guess. Put this, this camera and this, just the camera, I guess, can go in there. This toggle doesn't really need to be around, but we should probably have the London boss. We don't need this anymore. Oh, but we're gonna need it, aren't we? Yeah, actually we totally are. Damn it. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be a I think this is going to be the same thing as our walls. Moving columns, which is an eye-operable. So we're going to have a couple of states here. Public state, operable state. So we're really just going to try to change some conditions here with quest flags to make this work. Because what happens if you... Again, here's another like wrinkle that like you just won't... There are game experiences that as players we take for granted that as a developer actually are really, really important how you build your game if you want to support these experiences. So one of them is when you die to a boss, what happens? Does the fight start straight away? Do you start at the start of the level before the boss fight started? If there was a cutscene that triggered the boss fight, does the cutscene play the second time? If the cutscene plays, can you skip it? All of those questions change how I build this next thing, because this thing right now, I'm setting it up to be based on a state machine so that something external sets its state to begin. That's probably going to depend on a quest flag. So like a concrete progress save file boolean that gets flipped to true to say it's time to start the boss fight. But that thing, if we want the fight to be re-triggerable without doing the cutscene, needs to be independent from the cutscene. Because I could just use the cutscene ending as the trigger for the boss fight. In this case, it kind of should be. It probably should be the case that if you die to the boss, you start at the level just before the boss fight. Like you enter the room, but then you haven't triggered the cutscene yet, so that you can, I guess, leave and prepare for other things and whatever. Some way of like going and grinding or something if you're not prepared for the boss fight. But like that's a lot of stuff to think about. That's not just as simple as saying, oh, you should just put a boolean in there so that the boss fight triggers. It's like, maybe it shouldn't. Maybe it should always just trigger when the flag gets set to true. But then the challenge is that you can't set that flag to true from inside of a cutscene. Flags get set at the end of a cutscene. So then you basically, what I would probably do is have there be a way to do it either way, from inside or outside. But you got to be careful now. You got to like really think about what you're doing. What's the best way to get better at animation? Jesus, 50 hours in 4 days. That's 12 hours a day. Make a really small project. That's still my advice. Pick a tiny project, maybe a tiny game, one screen, and you move a character around in the screen and animate the character for that game. Give it 3 animations. as you do, reference other games. Think about how they did their animations. Observe their pixel art. Hey, Fader. I'm 35, wanting to learn programming, no idea what language to learn. Also, I'm dyslexic, but for math, I want to learn something that will last years and won't die out. C#'s pretty good. You're probably not going to make... There's probably no issues with you using C#. Otherwise, C++. Otherwise, Python for the sake of learning GDScript if you want to use Godot. But C# is going to give you the most coverage because it's basically the same as Java and shares a lot with JavaScript as well. So visually, at least, it'll look pretty similar. I say Unity and C#. Which is better for like a person with a learning disability? I mean, dyslexia, you're talking now about like syntax. That's up to you. I don't have that kind of disability, so it's hard for me to know. But I would imagine that the curly braces help you. That the pink curly braces give you some sort of visual anchor that might help if text is a little hard for you to interpret. So GDScript, which is what Godot uses, which is based on Python, has new lines for scopes rather than curly braces. I don't know. You'd have to do a bit of an intro course for like a week in like 3 or 4 different languages and then find whichever one works best for you. But it's hard to do anyway. Like it's hard even for a normally abled person without a learning disability. It's hard to learn to read code. Hey, Kill, what's your PC specs? You can find that on my Twitch page. I think C#, I think C# is as straightforward a language as you can learn. JavaScript, what I would do is I would go to Khan Academy and learn there. They have a great course for learning to draw with code, which is essentially the course on JS, drawing and animation. This is JavaScript, and this is just runtime code. This is code for real-time applications like games. And it may appear that like, oh, I don't want to draw with code. I want to draw by hand. But actually, the concept of animating something in real time with code is, what's the word? It's how games are made. You know? Thinking about there being an update loop and then a variable that updates over time. That is game programming. So you will learn based on,
to add one to that.
You know, just these principles, you'll learn game programming. And this is, not that different from what I'm doing in C#. It's very similar, this kind of programming. Yeah, this is a real thing. Like code is hard. It is hard. It takes ages. And remembering what keywords do what takes ages. It really, like weeks, months, like it's years even. Like I still have to look stuff up all the time. So it's not something that you can just sort of like, you can't just like download it into your brain and then know it. You can use Copilot to get past not knowing how to do things, but then that's going to make you kind of lazy. Hey, Purple Gem. So, like the people who code really, really well are people who are coding the same kind of thing for years in the same area of engineering. They're doing like front-end web dev, and all they do is front-end web dev all the time. If you watch someone, they're going like this. it's because they're doing something that they already know how to do, that they've been doing for ages. Okay. So I should have, I should be able to set a state from inside of the cutscene, right? Do I have a state controller? Operator track? Oh, Adam, good stuff. Good boy. Okay, mini boss container is a operable. And then I add an operator clip and I fire the cutscene to start at the end of this. I set to enable, I think is what I chose. And that is going to fire that off right there. Let's see if it works. Or alternatively, nothing will happen. Why is this bad? Still no good here. Did I get the order of operations wrong here? Life bar gets set up. Life bar dot begin. When I set up the life bar, it's active is true. I give it the life component, and then I try to... the character hasn't been set up here yet. Because I've just enabled him. In fact, I haven't even enabled him yet. That is tough, isn't it? Here he is. He needs to be enabled. So I think I should have a Boolean that's like enable on play. On entry. That will set up its... Hopefully that's enough frame time to set up its stuff. It might not be though. Let's try it. Okay. Not bad. Little bit off, but that's okay. That's a sequencing issue. We need to have the Hunden variant disappear basically on the same frame that we enable the mini boss. But I don't think that the camera worked the way that we wanted it to. Oh, hang on. Brother. We had this issue before. I don't think it's easy to disable something and save it in the scene as disabled and serialize that. I don't think it serializes it. But anyway, for now, let's just say, any last words, keep out of it. Da-da-da. Okay. Still no trigger, but that's okay. How are we going with the zone camera? Is that on and active? It's on. Is it triggered? It's not triggered. Why isn't it triggered? Meets trigger condition, trigger. Okay. On fixed update, if we can trigger, we're not triggered and inbounds and in cutscene, then we should trigger. And I think what I've done is I think I've just called operate without triggering it. Damn. So maybe this is a question of, instead of doing this, we do this. Unless it's still inside of the other toggle. No. Okay. Global booleans. Not really. Don't like that immediate snap that we just saw. Toggle visibility. So what's going on here? Boss life bar, boss and opacity anim. Opacity anim dot equals. This happens on start, but I think maybe this is something where we might need to lazy load this. Or at least use the setup to do it. Okay, we're good. We just need to fix that jumping. And I think I know what to do here. At least I can try. So here we will have enabled the thing, but we also want to move out by, let's call it 0.5 or even 0.4. Maybe here we do this so that we enable the camera, and then as we enable the camera, then we transition away from the cutscene camera in that interpolation so that it looks good. Let's try it. Okay, excuse me. All right. How about we do that? But the trigger, the thing is still no good. What if I was to like... Oh, it's literally not doing anything. Okay, well that's no good. Wait, which camera is running right now? The virtual camera stack is on top with a cutscene camera on the most top. Cutscene camera? We never transitioned away from the cutscene camera. I think we can just get rid of this. And I think this we have the transition as move 5. And then we put that there, and then that should be okay. Especially if we start transitioning a bit earlier. Try again. Nice. Cool. That was good. We just need to now also disable him a bit earlier. Whoa, that's a good transition. Ow. Cool. So now, this is the struggle here. Is that what I really want to happen is to set up the arena and then have the fight begin. And right now, this orange thing toggling on, that's the moment when both the arena enables and the boss is set to active. So what I'd like to do is separate this into two different things. So that we can set one state to enable the arena. And then after like a whole second goes by, set the next state to trigger it. So here, right now we have enter, exit, and then we need like public, operable state, play. And then this should be like prepare or like setup, play, exit. I don't understand what I'm doing to trigger the autocomplete, but it's absolutely the worst thing ever. It might have something to do with like, maybe we want to turn the boss.character.set enabled equals false. Oh, maybe that's it. And then we turn it on. That feels a little awkward. Yeah, but I'm pressing tab. I wasn't even pressing tab. I was pressing close it, and that wasn't Copilot. That was I guess the C# extension, taking me doing the close bracket as like a terminating thing. Any reason for Visual Studio Code? I just prefer it. It's just cleaner. I don't need to be able to build things in it, you know? All right, so we've got boss fight container. And we need 2 more states. We've got disable. So enable, play, disable. Yeah, it's like on close parenthesis, it like auto completes the function name, but it all the time, like on validate, if I try to write that, watch this, void on validate, and then, oh, okay, this time it works. So many times, it'll just take out the N in on. It'll just say oh validate. Just, it'll do everything that I'm doing. Every keystroke will be correct until I hit enter at the end or whatever to go to a new line or open the curly brace or something. The last character I press will change the function name to one that's not a real name and it'll break it. And it's like, what did I do to deserve that? So here, right here, I want to set this to play. Maybe give it even like a whole second, like 1, go. So like there, have this here, have this here. Maybe even halfway through the roll. Maybe the camera pulls out as Armin rolls away. That looks really cool. Let's do that. Not quite. So this, oh, this needs to happen here. Everything's fine. Nah, I think I know a better way to do this. I think I literally want to enable the boss. Just finished my timeline. 21 second took me 2 days. Good luck. Thanks. Mine's pretty good at this point. Okay. Why is he gone? I didn't check to see if he was disabled. I mean, he looks disabled. He looks like he's not enabled. Is what I mean to say. Okay. He doesn't get enabled. Oh, man, it's really tough. It's really tough because I can't actually do any of this. Until later. I mean, it would make sense to make him the same instance. The only thing that I'm scared of is I would have to rebuild the game object to be a unique thing. Like there is, because this is just a regular enemy that happens to be being used as a boss right now. So there's the enemy that it is. Then there is the boss stuff that I want it to do. Well, it is the boss as an enemy. But then there's like NPC behaviors. I don't want every version of the enemy to be able to do NPC stuff. It's only because of this cutscene that I want it to be able to do NPC stuff and also enemy stuff. So do I need for them to have some sort of like thing over the top that's like a controller that can say, hey, you're an NPC, and then now you're a boss. Well, and now you're an enemy as the boss. That's the only thing that's a bit weird. Whereas if I just have two of them, one that's an NPC, one that's an enemy, I can just toggle it. Because the thing is, as an enemy, all of its modular components expect it to be doing things like looking for the player character, running after him, doing attacks, all that stuff. In order to tell it not to do any of that stuff, but do its normal stuff, I would need like a toggle or something on Hunden up here to basically say, oh, you're not allowed to do any of this stuff because you're in NPC state or something like that, which is okay. It's not bad. It's just that NPCs are supposed to, when I tell an NPC, like a character, NPC, if I say walk from here to here, when it's done, it goes, okay, I'm finished walking, which it can do as a cutscene NPC. And then it goes, now what do I do? And if this NPC is actually an enemy, the next thing it's going to do after you tell it to walk is go and attack the player. You know what I mean? Because the top of its behavior tree is an enemy. So then I would need something that was like, okay, we're finished walking. Now go back to whatever you were supposed to be doing, which is NPC stuff. So just idling. I would essentially need like a Boolean at the top that says, am I acting as an NPC or an enemy? Which is fine. It's not unreasonable to do that. It's not inheritance, no. No, absolutely not. No, you don't implement different behavior on stop for each subclass. You would implement different parent behaviors to handle from the top abstraction layer what happens when this finishes, but not in the state itself. The walking state doesn't have any idea about who's doing the walking. It just knows how to walk from A to B. Yeah, it's just that when I make an enemy script, it does inherit from character, which is fine. All NPCs are characters, so it's not that it's bad. And this isn't even an inheritance question. It's just, I would need to basically make a dummy state for like being an NPC. And then it would need to know whether or not I wanted it to be in its NPC state or in its enemy state. And that would probably require some kind of Boolean, which for this one scenario where we happen to just want this one guy who's a boss, it's like, why not just do what I'm doing now, or I just toggle him? It feels like maybe if I'm doing this like 3 or 4 times in the game, where I've got enemies that become NPCs that become enemies, sure. But you don't fight NPCs like 99% of the time. Like this is the only one in the game at this point. Like I don't want to add layers for no reason. Anyway, it's not really worth quibbling over. It's not a big deal. I just need to make sure that, well, kind of is a big deal because I'm building a lot of stuff around it. That's the only problem. So all right, screw it. Let's do it. I've made a decision. It's only a common occurrence in certain RPGs, and there's a huge difference between the kind of games for a Lion that are games that support that kind of thing versus games that don't. This is a really important thing for people to understand. And as an early game developer, I feel like you will make this mistake of cherry picking features from different genres and saying, well, games do this, well, games do this, well, games do this. My game should be able to do all of this. But it's really, really not the case. Like, if you're playing Skyrim, yes, enemies become NPCs and vice versa all the time. Like an NPC, a character can just be a boss. I think that's the case in like Daggerfall or something. One of the Elder Scrolls games. The final boss is just like a guy. You can just kill him and then that's it. Whereas like in a game like Kingdom Hearts or Final Fantasy, the NPC game objects are never fighting objects. Like they're not the same things. Like if a cutscene starts, suddenly you're in a different environment. You're watching actors run around, but those aren't the things that you fight. Those are like completely different rigged things that have different models, and they sort of represent the things that you fight, you know, but it's rare that they'll be actually the same game objects in the scene. Maybe in like modern day stuff, like any game that's like a sim, like GTA, yes, NPCs will also be the things that you fight. But yeah, classic games, I mean, that's why you have like in turn-based RPGs, like the moment when like a visual effect comes up on the screen and then you go into like a different scene and you fight things, and you come back to the world after that. Anyway. So in this instance, we have decided that we want to toggle this. The thing is, I need to know when to call this function, like when to swap this. I'm going to hard code it for now because there's only one in the game. So if enable boss on enter boss game object set active is true. So I no longer want to do that because we've already got. And honestly, if I was really, what's the word? if I wanted to make a simpler game, I would have all these cutscenes take place in a context that wasn't even using the same game characters. But I just don't have an abstraction layer that lets me load up a level without there being gameplay in it. I don't really have that. But in a game like Final Fantasy Tactics, they do that all the time. You load up a level, load up a bunch of NPCs, have them walk around, talk for a bit, exit the level, and then like you go to the title screen, or the map screen. And it's like that thing that you just watched was its own scene with its own start condition, the content, end condition that had nothing to do with gameplay. It's just like a totally separate environment. Sometimes you have cutscenes that turn into battles. That happens as well. All right. Boss battle container. Don't have that. Doesn't really matter what we do there. I think maybe there's a better way to do this. No, but see, I've made this mistake. Okay, this is NPC. I'm going to put this at the enemy level. And then now, why is that wrong? Oh. Okay. It needs to be active anyway. I'm removing support for that. Okay. Yeah, but I don't think a single enemy in Kingdom Hearts talks to you before you fight it, as far as I remember. It'll always fade to black before you go into a fight. So this Hunden boss, now he'll have an is NPC there. I want to set this to true. In fact, now, oh gosh, well now this becomes a bit more complicated because now I can just call him Hunden. I can take the NPC variant away altogether. I can go into the timeline for that boss fight, for the cutscene. I can take this Hunden and I can put him in the cutscene. And I can now put him here. I can remove this because we don't need an activity thing. And oh, it looks like that's all we have to do. Okay. Now, is he going to play nice? No, because we don't have the dialogue pin on him. So we're going to need one of those. Hund dialogue. Try that. Nope. We didn't give him his idol. That's why. You there have now got an idol. That's there. Now you should be good. Good. He's facing the wrong way, but as long as the dialogue shows up there, that's pretty good. Yes. Okay. So he is still NPC. That didn't work. Okay. We also want him to just turn around. He's just a bit in the way. I also feel like that pin should be its own thing. Create empty. Because we want it to be not on his chest. We want it to be kind of up here. Okay, try again. He's facing the wrong way again, but at least it's in the right spot. Did we get the line? Nope, we never played it. Okay. Ah, I know why. Because we didn't set up the container to have a play state. We did. The plot thickens. Are we calling play from here? Yes. Okay, well. If state is... Ah! That's why. Let's force him to face left. Just because he probably wants to face right as an enemy. Now he's facing left. Hey, nailed it. Okay, well that was easier than expected. There was too much workaround code. Cool. Well, that's cool. That's really good. Happy with that. And it looked like it like the fight was framed quite well, I think. It was perfect. Naming Armin. I think I was watching Attack on Titan at the time. That's about it. Doesn't get much more complicated. I just like the name. Just seemed like a heroic name, I guess. I like it. Let's get this a little bit more like this. They shout it a lot, don't they, in Attack on Titan? Armin! Arumin. Herrenjäger. We need this guy to give us different abilities. So it's actually climb that we need from him. Scale. And then the other one, this phase dash, is actually charge. Cool. Is it more recommended to make the players don't destroy on load or put a prefab player in every scene? I do the second one. I put the player in every scene. I think it's better to clear the context between scenes. Because if anything goes wrong with your player, you can always just go to another scene and it fixes itself. So, this boss toggle, which is actually down here. Well, we don't even need that anymore. That's gone now. This boss container on play, we need to turn on the arena container, which is actually what we just had. But we don't need any of that. Let's remove that. Remove that. Arena container. I'd like this to be dead center. Okay, so we're going to have some collider, no, new create empty wall. Box collider 2D. I'm going to put that, let's put it like right there. And then another one over like here. They should be either side of the camera. Let's be more consistent. Wait, why is the camera not? Well, nah, it could be off to the right a bit more. Either way, these should be the same. So like, let's call it 3.2. And this one also 3.2. Now it's even. Do I have any large systems to build in the game? Not really. Actually, there might be one. Do you know what the one system is? The one system that I need to build is a system to handle managing instances of quest-related materials like items on the world map so that I can basically see. I want to build a system that lets me trace the path that the player needs to take in order to forge something, for example. It's like, oh, well, to forge this bangle, you need to first go and get this item, this crafting equipment, crafting material, sorry, here, which is in this chest. And then you need to find this crafting material in this chest. And then you need to find the recipe to build the thing, which is here. Therefore, you need to go here, here, here to build the thing. That is something that I want to build. And I want to be able to have like a list, maybe in the side panel here, where I can just run my mouse down all the different things or select multiple and have the map show me where all those things are in the game, so that I can really easily interpret or like see how much content is bunched in one area. You know, it's like, oh, actually, like there's a bunch of quest materials that you pick up just here. So like maybe some of those should be over here. Or like, oh, there's this thing that you can't actually build in the game because there is no instance of that crafting material in the game at all. You just forgot to put one in. Just validating that kind of stuff. Like, how do I know what isn't in the game? There's a bunch of definitions for items in the project directory, but like, are they all in the game somewhere? You'd have to play through the game to test it right now. I mean, you could document it, but this is the thing. I don't believe in documentation because I think that the game should speak for itself. So like the tools to, because this is what happens. You write out some logic, you decide on a piece of paper where all the items are going to be, right? And then you change where all the items are in the game as you're playtesting. Now you've got an extra job to do to go back to your documentation and update it to reflect where it actually is. Whereas like the information is in the database somewhere in your game. Somewhere, somehow it's recorded because you set it up that way. So you should be able to poll the game rather than updating some spreadsheet somewhere. That's my opinion. That's how I think about it. Unless the only alternative is if your spreadsheet populates the game, then it's fine. Then you can do that. Like if you're doing like an RPG and all of the crafting things are just done in shops, in NP, like merchant shops, and the shops are populated based on a table that you're updating, that's fine because the table is the game. Whereas here, the game is the game. It's the map. So I can't have a table in like a Google Sheets spreadsheet or whatever, some database that then populates the game unless I have the exact GUIDs of the chests in everything. But at that point, why would I want to jump back and forth? What I really want to do is just like click a thing and say, what can I make here? So oh my God. Actually, you know what? I might not even have to do it. Let's do it anyway. What the heck? Okay. That's good. Good. Hi, I'm making a game. Ooh, hang on a second. Nope, should be fine. Okay. I also don't have cutscene skipping. That's the other major system that I don't have in the game that I probably should put in. Oh, okay, that didn't do anything. Okay, I didn't assign this. This goes arena container. Yeah, cutscene skipping I feel like might have to be a thing in the game at some point. There we go. Man, what's happening with my headphones today? Something's not right. Okay, that worked again. Need more speed. For now, I only have one monster. No, this is just a boss fight. I got lots of monsters. It's not satisfying enough yet. It feels pretty good, but it's not quite there. There's this thing that happens where you can kind of pop things out. Like if you launch someone and then you juggle, it feels not bad, but I feel like there needs to be maybe like a bounce when they hit the ground or something. It's just like a little, it's just something about it that's just not quite right there yet. I think I want like a smash attack, like in Smash Brothers. Like I want to be able to do this and then like slam him when he like gets up, or like launch, hold it, and then like just do something that knocks them further away. Hey Abyssus, is that in a recent demo or like the demo from 2020? Do I have wall splatting? Sort of. Well, if you went to itch.io and played just went to the insignia page, that's an old demo. If you went to the Insignia Alpha, that's current. If it looked anything like this, it's recent. Like if you went, I don't think it was the recent one. If you went to like itch.io/insignia, like this is ancient. Yeah. Well, since then, the the quest start screen lets you move halfway through the banner. It used to be that you had to watch the banner exit and then you could run. Now you can start running while the banner is like closing. So, but that's like 2 years ago. It's like a long time ago that I made that change. So like when you're here, actually this is already like this. I can already, oh no, I can't. Okay, well there you go. I guess I lied. Interesting. Well, yeah, we'll see. I'm pretty sure at some point I did. Maybe on quest complete. Maybe on quest start you can, but on quest complete you can't. Anyway, I gotta keep working. It's 4 o'clock already. What the heck? So we need a cutscene with Hugo. More than 3 years. Like 8 at this point. All right, so there's another little challenge here where I have like a cutscene management system that would make it really easy to add another cutscene onto this. I think I'll just deal with it. I think I'll just say, no, but it's got a different entry condition. All right, let's do another one and we'll just call this Hugo Aftermath cutscene. And it'll just be a completely separate cutscene. But using the same NPC for Hugo. He should be his own. He should have here. Oh God, I hate this. But he really should have his own dialogue prompt here. So then you can talk to him here afterwards. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Event sequence. Hugo Hunden Aftermath. So we don't have a quest flag for beating the Hunden, but we need one. In fact, if you start the fight, you can't talk to him until after it anyway, probably. Hopefully. Okay. I think I wrote this already. I don't want to give away the story too much, but I'm pretty sure I have it. No, that's Leopold. Yeah. Let's just use this for now. Import that. Oof. Tense. No. I like that better. Cool. So this is not allow retriggering. None of that. But it gives you this. Save it. And then he has it here. So then let's load up this where we've killed the guy. This is for test. No, it needs to be late. Hey, oh, that's not very good. Cool. All right, so part 1, save that. Okay, let's try this. Nice. So now it's like we've beaten the guy. He shouldn't be there. We can talk to you. Nope. Okay. Library. Update that. Someone's mentally ill. That's why that thing exists. They're just trying to, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Some misplaced sense of justice or morals. Some weird Sigma thing. Okay. So this cutscene, this character in particular, he needs to be, I guess I could put him, if I take, gosh, I think the Hunden himself needs an empty parent. Does that break anything if I do that? No, it's fine. So this is Hunden wrapper. This cutscene. Oh, wait, it does have a quest toggle. It requires this, and it's banned if Hugo Aftermath. Only check on load, correct. Whereas the Hunden gets a quest toggle. Wait. What does the flag toggle do? Nothing that I know. Is it condition toggle? Condition toggle. Condition behavior. And the condition is The flag is, and yeah, you really need to check to see if this fight on load is true. On load, it has to be false in order to show him. Okay. Now we need to be able to talk to you. And it's required that we have done this. Hang on a second. So that's not going to run. Oh, there it is. Cool. So why is his dialogue pin a little bit off? Not Hunden, Hugo. NPC prompt. It's not even close to where he is. Oh, well, that's not much better. Let's try that. I guess because he'd normally be standing up. Cool. Hey, Kelso. Good luck. So now I want something to happen here. I need a quest flag when you beat the boss. So now my mini boss wrapper needs a quest flag. Ah, no, I need a flag condition flag setter. And then the condition behavior needs to go here. And then when actually, I don't know how to do that. Operable. Condition state manager. Here's our operable. This sets an operable state based on a condition. I want to do the opposite. I want to set a condition when an operable goes into a state, but I don't think I can do that, which is not a big deal. I just need to go here and make this a public quest flag, and then make this an iFlag handler, and then implement that, and then in fact, I think this can return null. And this can do that. And then on exit, what the heck is an iFlag handler? It's a flag handler interface. It handles flags. So what that is it's a way, rather than using reflection, it's a way for components in my game to self-report to the causality system that they are involved in quest stuff. If that makes any sense. So basically I can go here, window, I made this thing called causality editor, which doesn't work right now for some reason. Let me just go to a different scene. Maybe something's not. Hang on a sec. Window, causality editor. Why? Why you know? Because I think I have to return. I think I'm not allowed to return null there. Just have to return an empty array. Try that again. Yay. So what this does is it shows me all of the quest stuff that happens in this scene. If I press this, you can actually see all of the quest stuff in the scene. So, for example, this guy here, he responds to some music when you play it correctly, and then this game object and this game object react to the fact that he did that. Might be the other way around. Or like this thing, this sets a crafting, like when you interact with this thing, it says, hey, you've interacted with me. This is like a cutscene that checks based on a previous cutscene that you interacted with. It's more interesting in like other scenes, like the first scene. It's like you have to talk to mum before you can exit. So all of the doors here, check first if you've talked. There's like a couple of different days that the game takes place over in chapter 1. So one of these is like, hey, it's day 1. Like, have you talked to mum yet? And then this one's like, it's day 2. Have you talked to mum yet? And then like this front door closes if you've met the old man and it's chapter 1. So like, and I can click that and go, what are the other things in the game that check that particular condition? So meet the old man is checked by all of these things in the game. They're like, it's like a major plot beat. So all of these things then go, hang on a second, what have you done? In different scenes. So like in Orchestrating Underground 1, this cutscene, there's like a little cutscene that plays here, but you can't have met the old man yet for the cutscene to play. And if you have met the old man, then the cutscene shouldn't play here next time you run through here, because you're chasing a dog around underneath the whatever, the underground. So yeah. Or like another thing is like this chest. This is the Orchestrating Underground chest. So this, well, it sets and checks its own flag. That's fine. But the next thing I wanted to build, which we were talking about earlier today, was like, I want to be able to do this same system, but for items, which I haven't done yet. So like this chest has a drop on it, which gives you the determination band. But the chest also expects the OREN key. And the OREN key, I don't have anything that dictates where items are. But I know personally, just because I built this game, that the OREN key is here. So, but the next thing I'll do is have it be that that the Orin key is trackable from that chest. If I go to the chest, I can see where the item is on the map that connects to it. That would be really cool. So anyway, iFlag handler populates this. Anything with an iFlag handler on it becomes part of this system. All right, so we don't have a quest flag for if you beat the Hunden, which means we need one. Defeat Hunden mini boss. I do lots of cool stuff. Probably should have done that. All right, so Hugo cutscene only begins if you have defeated the Hunden. Oh, god damn it. Try that again. You only happen if we have defeated the Hunden mini boss. Is true. And then this guy only appears if we haven't defeated the Hunden mini boss. So if this is false on load, then there you go. And then back over on the mini boss container, we can add that quest flag. So this, what I just did, should then, if I go to the library and update the flags, I should now be able to see that distinction, those three things that I just set up. I should be able to see them here. So if I look, defeat Hunden mini boss is there, and it's checking this mini boss container here, which is just an invisible thing right now. It doesn't mean anything, but yeah, it's checking that. The Hunden wrapper is this thing. So that's also, I mean, we could be more correct with this. Take this and move it over here. And now you can see both the Hunden and Hugo check to see if we've defeated the Hunden in order to do something. And in this case, in my test late demo progress, I want it to be that we have defeated the Hunden mini boss, and we can play test the game now, assuming we've already done that. So now as I load into the level, he's gone because he checks to see if we've done it, and we have. And then we can talk to him because we haven't talked to him yet, but we have defeated the mini boss. So I think what I'm going to do is after this scene, fade out, make him go away, and then fade back in at the end of the timeline. So let's see. Oh, I don't know if this is going to work. Let's add a timeline. Okay. Ooh, this might cause some real problems for me though, because we're going to disable the game object using the cutscene. God damn it. Oh no. All right, we're going to have to put him inside of NPC. Make sure this didn't break. He's fine. And then we're going to have to make a new quest toggle. That checks that we've gotten a rise. Condition toggle's better. So arise unlocked is true on load, and we aftermath is false all the time. So that'll actually make him disappear anyway at the end of whatever we do. If I just try that, he might just disappear at the end of this conversation. Nope. Wait, where is he? Oh, huh? How did he get out of there like that? I think it's because characters are not allowed to be... Can you just stop for a second, bud? Yeah. I think characters don't like to be childed in the game to anything. So I can't actually do that unless I put it on his game object, which is okay. I can do that too. So I just have to put these on him. Try again. Bye. So now, the only thing is, we really don't want... Nah, there's a better way to do this. Not better, but there's another way to do this that it fits better with my system. If I create this in the scene like that, now this exists all on its own, and I can do whatever I want with it. This Hugo cutscene character doesn't need this. I can put this back here. And I kind of just need for them to be both in the exact same spot in the level, really. That's the only thing that's a bit awkward about it. Is this an add-on? It's custom code that I wrote. So his idle state is Hugo. Crouch. And then I would need an NPC prompt. Put that on here and pop it like there. Then I can take this off. Now this is all good. This one here can actually just toggle band flags. If we defeated the 100 mini boss, it can just go. And then it's saying something's wrong. What's wrong? Set up dialogue pins. He's got a dialogue pin for Hugo. What's wrong with that? There's probably 2. Oh, that worked. Okay. Okay, cool. So now in this cutscene, the thing that I want to do is have him. We need like an activation track on Hugo that sets him to false. We could do that. We also need a camera transition track. And then he's going to disappear right as it fades out. So then when it fades back in, he's gone. And maybe we need the fade to go fade out for a while. We can do it this way. It's okay. So then this cutscene camera, which is going to be this one. Let's put it where we want it. Let's have it be like here. And let's have it be 1.35 or even 0.9, a bit more intimate. We could put it so that he and Armin are standing here and here. If I put him back here. But then I got to be a bit more careful with the cameras elsewhere. This and this, these guys both need to be back here. Nah, it's better if he's there. It's just awkward because Armin can then stand here to trigger the cutscene, but I can fix that too. With this NPC prompt. I just have to move the box so that you can't trigger it unless you're standing like... Armin will stand here. And then that needs to not be there. Have I got a prompt here? I do. It's here. I should be able to make that work this way. Damn it. So alternatively, we just put a condition toggle. No, this is after the fight. So this is, I mean, you've met him ages ago. You come back, you find him here again. Aftermath. As long as this is false. Okay. Wait, why is he still there? Bro. Oh. How you get there? That's super annoying. Well, we can bring in the activation track again. All right. Cool. I mean, I don't think it's possible to make a game without writing your own supplementary code on top of the engine. That's the thing. Like, you're going to have to do it nonetheless. And I didn't make this choice when I started this project in 2017. You know what I mean? I just started using Unity, and then Unity became what Unity is. And over that time, I was building code for it. So it's almost like, how can anybody, you know, how can anybody make a choice like that? Now, what's happened here? Like, maybe if I was starting game development today, different story. How do you make a living after you engage 100% into the game? Well, I didn't do it straight away. It took me a long time to get to this point as a content creator. So I make an income from making videos and doing the stream and all that kind of stuff. But it's taken 5 years to get to that point. More, 6 years. Okay, so after this happens, when he leaves, there's going to be a second crucible moving wall that reacts. I need to be so careful right now because I could soft lock the game. Oh no. If I let the player leave and come back, there won't be any way to fix this. Unless I can make some enemies, actually, that just spawn in here. Okay, condition behavior, condition state manager, moving columns is my thing. Here are my operations. Here are my two, well, I'll make two behaviors that are internal to that. Empty up condition. It's really only one condition that we need. And the condition is if we have at any time done the Hugo Hunden aftermath, then it's true. So, talk to you. Nothing. Okay. Try it again. Okay, something happened, but not what I expected to happen. Is it being masked out right now? No, because then I'd be able to jump on top of it. Where is it? I mean, that's it there. Wait, that does nothing as well. What the heck? Cool. Oh, thanks, Purple Gem. So now we need these to have little edges on them. The thing is, Godot's just not that, it's just not very good yet. That's the problem. If it was good enough to do it for the kind of game that I'm making, like I think if I started Insignia today, Godot, when it's finished, if Insignia takes 7 years to make, then I think when Godot is 7 years older than it is today, then it will be where Unity is today, and Insignia would be a fine game to make in it. But until that happens, you can't really say just use Godot, because you don't know how much more work it's going to take to build on top of it. Like I don't know that Godot is worth building on top of yet. And it's not just about like, what are some things it's missing? So the first, as far as I know, is like performance for like bigger games. If you're trying, like you couldn't make something like you couldn't make an Unreal game in Godot. But for indie, it's not bad, but it's kind of like porting would be one. Like if you want to make a game across cross-platform, it's a challenge. Any kind of like tooling support and community. Exactly. It doesn't have the depth and the history of like people making assets that are like production ready. There's this thing that I noticed when I used Godot, and I didn't use it for long, granted, but like even something as simple as recently I was trying to build a streaming overlay in Godot. I was like, I want to use Godot again. I'm going to build a streaming overlay for it, where I bring in the camera, the webcam feed, and I pass that through Godot and do like, particle effects and whatever over the thing, rather than using OBS for that kind of stuff. Do you know it's not possible to get a camera feed on Windows through Godot? In Unity, it's 2 lines of code. So it's like, just like the breadth of support for like anything that you could probably do in a game engine. Unity has something for it somewhere with a reasonable level of support, and then actual community support beyond that. That's the thing. Godot's got a great start to it, but it doesn't have like the level of like production readiness of its tools and systems it's not yet there. I'm not saying Godot's a bad engine. I think you should use it, especially if you're a hobbyist, because you're not going to run into the production kinds of issues that I'm talking about. And it'll get there, I'm sure, but it's just, it feels a lot like Linux, where someone who uses Linux will say, oh, Linux is great, it's come so far. And then you go, well, can I do this in it? And they go, well, no, not yet. It's like, well, as long as you don't want to do that, it's fine. But it's like, but yeah, but everyone wants to do that. It's little things like that. Like I like it as an engine. I want it to succeed, but it's just too many little things. The timeline's a big one for me. And again, I haven't done a lot of work in Godot. I really don't have a lot of experience to talk about here, but everything that I used in it was just like a little bit further behind. It's got this thing about it it's very raw. Very quickly, I'll explain something. If you're in an engine, right, if you talk about like a feature, like for example, collisions, really common, right? What is the collisions feature that you would expect an engine to have? Basically, it's rigid body physics. And then like the whole suite of things to do with that. Like it needs a contact solver, it needs triggers, it needs colliders, it needs probably some sort of chain system. And it needs all of the functions on all of those things to give the developer access to every possible thing that they could want to do with a rigid body physics system. It's probably also got to have gravity and time scales and being able to do that, right? So it's like, you have a thing where you go, okay, as a developer, I expect a collision system to do this, like a 2D physics system to do this. I'm pretty sure Godot's physics system is fine, and that's all good. But there are other, in my opinion, like major features that a developer will need if they're trying to build like a serious game, that I don't think Godot has the feature set polished enough to do what you need. So for example, for me, I'm learning that sequencing is insanely important for me. Sequencing is like something that bleeds into everything that I do in Insignia. Sequencing is another word for timeline. And if your game can be sequenced with a bunch of coroutines, like on wait for seconds or whatever, like wait. If you can do like a wait operation to queue up everything in your game, then you're not making the kind of game that I'm talking about. I basically need to treat, a lot of the time, my game is like a movie. And I'm trying to create sequences of things that happen. Like just today, what we've been doing, right? I got like an entire timeline's worth of stuff that has to happen. And everything around this system needs to be airtight so that it works the same way on every person's computer. It works the same way no matter what the frame rate is. And it's not dependent on script execution order or anything weird like that. No race conditions, nothing weird. If I tell the timeline to stop, it needs to stop. If I'm working with the timeline and I save something in the editor, the timeline can't react to me saving it. So the state of what I'm working in can't affect the serialization of the scene. Godot's timeline is like, it's like 2 or 3 major version updates from doing what I would consider the minimum of what a sequencing system would need. Because all the timeline system in Godot does is basically a lerp. It's just saying, hey, see this figure here? This goes from 0 to 1. I got a bunch of clips. I'm just changing the values of the clips. And wherever the timeline is, that's what the serialized value of the scene thing is. So if I press save, whatever is happening where this playhead is, that's what the value is. And that's one thing, but that's not how a production software or production environment, it's more than just variables getting evaluated on timeline curves. It's much more than that. And if it just does the dumbest, basic, most, non-user-friendly, just do the function version of that, then you're not going to be able to build the game a game that requires very specific sequencing, because you're going to be constantly bumping into these things that ultimately an engine beyond its features is actually a piece of software. And at a certain point, you want to start using it the same way that people who use, what's an example of like Adobe Premiere or Photoshop, or like those are industry standard pieces of software in their field, because they go beyond, even though I hate Adobe, the software themselves have features specifically designed in such a way that they do the thing that users want from them, not just the on the back of the box description of what the feature is. Unity has this problem too, but the timeline's just much better in Unity. So like being able to, I'm not going to go into it because I talk about it once a month, but hey Magnus, thank you so much for the sub. It's just things like that are just incredibly, it's incredibly important that you can build workflows. That's what I'm trying to say. It's so important that you can build a workflow in a system. It's like the difference between using like Notepad versus using something like VS Code. Why you could write whatever you want in Notepad, sure, and you could say, oh, Notepad doesn't have any bloat, it's great, right? Notepad just shows you the text, the characters that you entered. And isn't that what we really want right? For our tools to get out of the way. And it's like, yes, but you can't be a power notepad user. And at a certain point, if you're trying to build big things, you need to be able to really optimize workflows and do things in such a way that it's like you're really that you can make things faster on top of a very, very reliable base. And I just don't think that Godot's approach as a game engine, but more than just an engine, as a piece of production software, I think that Godot suffers being open source because it doesn't have the resources to address those kinds of things with the level of quality assurance that I think a company that was being run by like their customers would be. They don't have the same urgency. And not to say that Unity is good either. I mean, Unity is garbage with that kind of stuff, but they've been doing it for so long that like, if you can name it, it probably exists in Unity at some level, and there's ways to extend it and work around it. But in Godot, it's like, if there's a feature that doesn't quite do what you want, it's like, well, which version of Godot are you in? Ignore everything before 4 because no one uses 3.5 anymore or whatever. And also, there's like 2 guys who have tried to do this thing the way that you're trying to do it, and they gave up. Or like, it's just like it's a bit figure it out yourself. So again, like I said, I would pick Godot to build Insignia on top of today, but I wouldn't have done it in 2017. And I'm not sure how much more stuff I'd have to build on top of it than what I did with Unity. Yeah. So there you go. That's a bit of a digression, but we have this thing. We wanted columns, and we want those columns to have ledgers on them. And I'm pretty sure that I've already done support for this, but I'm not sure yet. So I've got use sides. I give Godot like 3 more years before it's like, do whatever you want in it. It's fine. Yeah. It's tough because I think like you have to have a lot of confidence. This is the thing. If you're the kind of developer who can literally build whatever you want on top of whatever engine you want, then it doesn't really matter what engine you pick at that point, because you're going to build all your stuff on top anyway. But if you are the kind of person that needs the features that an engine has, then you're probably not going to be like, because you don't know how to build your own, then you're probably not in a position to, you want the system that's most secure and has the most feature set, like, what's the word? Not secure. Most established, right? And if you're a beginner, then you don't even know how the features are incomplete, or that you should want to learn how to write features on top of them. That's the real trouble here, is that like the more advanced you are as a developer, the less this thing even matters. This conversation of like Godot versus Unity versus Unreal or whatever. If you're a better developer, you just do whatever you want. But like a lot of people who care about this conversation, they care about it because they're here and they're like, where do I invest my energy? I need to put all this time into getting better, and I want to pick the right engine so that I'm not investing time somewhere that's not worth it. And I would still say, like, if you have that mindset, you probably still want to use Unity over Godot, because at the very least, as you do learn that stuff, you're not going to have any rude awakenings where you can't do the thing that you want to do, because you don't have the skills to do what you want to do anyway. You're still figuring out how to do stuff and what a thing is capable of. So Godot, I think, is really best for people who don't have ambitions of being like a top, you're in the industry doing crazy engineering stuff and being like making a really complicated game with technical boundaries or whatever, like pushing the technical boundaries. If you don't have ambitions of being up here, then Godot is fine. If you already are up here and you know that what you want to make is fine in Godot, then Godot's fine. And if you intend on being here a long time and just tinkering away, then Godot is also fine. But if you're trying to learn how to make a game today because you have a game that you want to make in the next 2 years and you don't know yet how complicated it's going to be, but you want to learn, then I would say pick Unity. Because at the very least, you know that your engine's not going to hold you back. And if there is a feature or a tool that you need today because you don't have it yet and you don't know how to build it yet, Unity will have it because of the asset store. That's the thing. You're not going to get in this weird, embarrassing position where you go, oh, wait, Godot doesn't do this? Oh, and there's nothing I can download to do this? Oh, and I don't know how to build it? Oh, I guess I'm stuck. That's the thing that I think. And maybe you could make the argument that like people in that position probably aren't really going to get very far in general, but like they might be able to asset flip their way through something with Unity. But this is why I think making smaller projects is better in general, because you're just not going to run into these kinds of things that I'm talking about. Like the stuff that I get picky about, it's not even really relatable to most people making games. Like, if you aren't doing editor programming to make your game, then none of this really matters. If you're just tinkering around, like, it's fine. Just pick whatever and have fun. I think what I can do here, I think I can cheat this by just in the anchor container putting 2 ledgers. Yeah, like this advice is really for people who are like, I really want to commit to something big. I want to make a really big thing and I want to become, I want to learn how to apply my, my engineering skills, and I want to grow as a developer, but I really want to make games and I don't want to necessarily build everything, and where do I start and what would be a good place to invest my time into? Like, if you're in that headspace, then maybe the things that I'm talking about are more relevant to you. This is ledge left, this is ledge right. Ledge right is on the right hand side, ledge left is on the left hand side. So this is going to go there and this is going to go there. Sorry, I'm also being a bit distracted at the moment because I'm trying to focus. So I'm going to keep working on this. And let's see if that works. Hello. Sure, bud. No, really? No ledge? Where'd you go, bud? Whoa, okay. What? Excuse me? Oh, because the ledges need to be on the where the thing actually is right now, which is going to be like all the way down at the bottom. I'm imagining, like there. 0. Still no. Okay, where are they now? Where are you now when I need you? Well, that's not good either. They're also on the no collision layer, which is not great, but... And I'd also need walls as well, huh? James Loy Martin on YouTube says, I left Unity for Godot because of the lack of features and dependency on the asset store, but I wouldn't recommend Godot for anyone who wants to work in a studio. For personal projects though, yes. So I'm going to have to bring these in, I guess, to like there. And then what? Somehow just grab a wall from wherever? This is not the best way to do this. Wall. Wow, that was spot on, Adam. Still no. What the heck? Is it too high? I don't think so. That looks... Oh, they're the wrong sides. Duh. Okay, well, I knew that too, you know. I always do that. This needs to be over here. And this needs to be over there. Because one is left and one is right. Or I could have just retagged them. That would have been smarter too. I know Godot is going to be worth it one day. There we go. Look at that. Unfortunately, you can't run under it. Actually, why don't I make it so that you can run under it? I just need to take the... because I don't have that set up that way. That would be nice though. So this is actually broken. Because I don't have the abilities that I needed. But if I do this without having beaten the boss, then it will work. So, late demo, and then defeat. 100 mini boss, save, go. Okay, now we run in. Okay, what the heck? Okay. Why is this bad? Set generic binding. What have I done? You. Is it you being set to false? Why are you being set to false, bud? Because of this? That's probably fine. But then why didn't that trigger? So, this defeat 100 mini boss. Oh, right. No? Okay. Eh? What the heck? Why you know? That's the trigger. I'm standing in it. Hugo, hunt and fight. Maybe we've already done that, apparently, in the late demo. Ah, that's why. Already had it triggered. Okay, so we come in here. Ow, I got greedy. Then I can talk to you. Oh, I don't end the fight. It is blocked. You just saw the blockage. No. Why don't I have control, Armin? The sequence player didn't let Armin finish. Hugo Hunden cutscene. Because it got hidden before it could release its control over Armin. Wait, but then how come we could fight? Wait, what? Alright, so we can fight just fine. God. No food. Whoops. Oh, can't dodge that. That was really close. Okay. Nothing's blocking us. Wait, now we have the two cutscenes are both triggered at the same time. Okay. So something's gone wrong here where we've got a couple of cutscenes that try to play. That's the aftermath. This is the fight. So what is the... What? Wait, does he also have the same cutscene on him? On a sequence player? No. Does this have a sequence player? No. Well, what the heck? How can this sequence think that it can call for Armin's attention after it already left? Almost there. Come on, mate. What is this? But we're not calling log effectors anymore. I literally just changed that. Hang on. Save, goose. Okay. Focus mode. Let's go. Wait, it didn't do it even on this. So then what would... Okay, this is the exact same script. Check interactable, pop interaction, trigger. So, okay. Is it that it was already on the interactables list? But you shouldn't be able to. It shouldn't. It's not even active in the scene. How does it even think that it can be interacted with by Armin? Okay. Wait, what? Now it's just the correct one. But he didn't disappear, which means this is still his other one? Oh, because Hugo is in the scene from the... No, that's the Aftermath one. Oh, but he didn't... God, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Hang on. This finished. Is this the wrong Hugo? Aftermath, Hugo. Hunden cutscene, Hugo NPC. Which one was in the scene? Hunden. Hugo Hunden cutscene. God, this is a little confusing. Wait a second. But that Hugo has this Aftermath sequence on it. That's why. Okay. Found it. Okay. Good. We solved it. He had we had two different versions of Hugo sitting in that spot. One of them was from a previous cutscene, was from this part now before the boss fight. And the other one gets spawned in right after. Okay, so now we can talk to him. He's still there anyway. But now we can do this and this. Speedrun strats. Okay. Cool. I think we're about ready for a full playthrough. Oh God. Okay. So, the only thing here is I really wanted this to be really clever, and I think it is clever, but I think it's going to need a lot of player hand-holding because there's a few ways that you can get dropped out of this. So first, I think it would be better to constrain the fight to be like this. I know that's like way tighter, but I don't like that that doesn't seem to pop him into the air. I don't know why. Why does it do that? So let's just go check that really quickly. Wall kick backflip has a hitbox on it that has an effect vector of -3 and 1. That's plenty. -3 and 1. It probably should be like 0 and 1. Maybe -1 and 1. But that's on the x-axis, so it doesn't really matter. Knockback is 7. I mean, that's popping them in the air. Oh, but this isn't the right one, is it? Oh, I think it is. Common behaviors, ensign abilities, green, wall climb, kick backflip, and backflip wider. Yeah, it is these two, pretty sure. Although I'm not sure what this is. Oh, I don't actually know what happens there. I might have picked the wrong one. What is this called? Ensign abilities. Let's call it climb. What does that sound like? What are we hearing too? We're hearing some shimmering. Don't know what that is. Air block with sword. Maybe. I haven't got one yet. Let's just quickly go back to like elsewhere. Oh, I can't leave. Alright, I guess we're gonna fight you again. Yeah, it's every time I do the backflip, it stacks. So I did it wrong. I must have done something wrong here. Let's just call it jump. Yeah, that's... I think I set up the wrong Fmod event on that. Huge combo. Ow. Oh, he dodged it. Not for long. Yeah, no problem. Yep. Okay. So I need enemies that appear in this scene, a hedgehog and a vine, here and here, if you leave the scene. And the reason why is these are called, we'll call these like contingency ensign enemies. Toggle. So these can only exist on load if you have aftermath is true. So Whoa. Ow. It's almost like the back does more than the up. So then I leave, right? I'm like, I don't know what to do here. I'm a dumb player, big dummy. And I come back and I'm still locked. Okay, well, that's not good. Oh, because I haven't done Aftermath. It's not Aftermath, it's the boss encounter. So I am a big dummy. But then this, oh, I see. Is it the mini boss container doesn't have a way of determining what state that it's in on load? So if on start, my state, if quest manager dot check quest flag, then set state exit true. Okay. Always got to play test. Always got to play test. Yeah. Ouch. Yeah, I'm going to change it. And then these only need to check on load, please. The enemies just spawned in. Okay, you. Wait, it is on load only. What? Excuse me? I stream most of it. I won't stream the spoiler stuff, but I don't really work on spoiler stuff very much. And most of this stuff, even if you would consider it spoilers, no one's paying enough attention to get the effect of playing it. So the issue here is that we are returning true. We're firing the event if the evaluation changes. And evaluation changed equals true. If we evaluate, yeah, this is the thing we need to check. So what is checking this? Oh, this is just setting, no, that's okay. Check quest flag. What's the other time? This. And this is false. So hang on a second. Banned. Yeah, man, that's all great. What the hell? I wrote this really well. Why is it not working? Hey, thanks for the follow. I missed your name, sorry. Maybe this just has to be false. Let's try that. Damn it. They just spawn in. Whoa, okay. That's no good. It really should be quest evaluation. Oh. Oh, well, this is bad. It's the first boss in the game. And I'm playing Armin. Armin dies in 3 hits against that boss. So don't... I'm freaking OP. Okay, so the problem is quest evaluation. What's happening is it's just going to send true no matter what. But we don't want that to happen unless we get that. But the thing is, evaluate this check quest flag happens when... Okay, so it changes depending on whether the quest flag was set or checked. I hope this is okay. I think it's going to cause an error. Ow. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I also make, I make Margit look like this in Elden Ring. Now he won't speak to me. Will he speak to me now? This is hard because I didn't code this right. This quest evaluation, it's a problem. Consider if we have any toggle is false. Yeah, consider whether we want to check on start to be optional. Currently mandatory. I don't even think we're doing a quest evaluation check on start because if we were, this would have worked. Well, no, it did work. What am I talking about? But then he didn't react correctly. Wait a second. On load only. This is true at any time if Hugo Hunden aftermath flag is false. What the heck? What the heck? That doesn't make any sense, man. Wait. This requires that this is false. Yeah, okay. So it disappears after you talk to him. That's correct. What about this one? We could make a conditioned behavior for this as well. Oops. It's really just one. You've learned a rise and you have not defeated him. Then you can play this cutscene. That's not very good. What? He's so slippery. So why can't we talk to you now? We can leave, so that successfully ended. Why can't we talk to him? It's a very complicated sequence of things that let you do follow-up attacks and not. Basically, right now, when you attack an enemy, you get one air combo before they drop. They have like two kinds of weight. So if I do a knockdown, like in certain states, he's vulnerable, like that one. Now I can launch him. but I only get so many air attacks on him. I'm not sure what the condition is. Right now, I should be able to juggle him there, but he doesn't get juggled. So I'm not sure what I've done to make that not possible. I might have tried to override it. Like that. He didn't get juggled then, but he should have. So it's a bit buggy at the moment, to be honest with you. So what's going on here? Why can't we talk to you? And an aftermath. Condition interactable. Play state. This is true. I don't know what's going on. Did we get the... Ooh, maybe we didn't get the flag for killing him. No, I don't have an opponent that counts hits. Oh, yes, I do. No, it's not like that. It's more like the enemy knows how many times they've been hit in the air, and they know if they've landed. So the enemy, if they're in the tumble state, you can hit them, and they know what they've been hit by. So you can hit them with different attacks, and they'll stay juggled. If you hit them with the same attack twice, or not consecutively, but in the list of attacks they've been hit by, if one of them gets reused, then they start getting heavier. So you can't juggle them with consecutive same attacks. Then, once they've hit the ground, once they've been, like, they have like a knockdown counter as well. If the knockdown counter is more than 0, if they've been knocked down at least once, then you can't juggle them again. They'll just get up with invincibility. That's how it works right now. So you get basically one good one. Uh-oh. This is not a very good situation. Oh, I don't know how I broke the camera, but we're fighting like this right now. Oof. Okay. Let's quickly try one more thing. Let's make that not 0. I mean, not anything but 0. Still not enough height on it. I don't know why. Maybe it doesn't do enough damage to break his poise. So he's not poise broken in the air. That might be it, actually. Okay. So the flag got set to true. And it's like, nah, bro, nothing to enqueue. Hey, Foo. Thanks for the sub. Okay. So check. All right, what's happening? I gotta beat him every time. I gotta set his HP to nothing. Sorry, mate. I don't have time for this. Nothing to enqueue. Why is there nothing to enqueue? Is it literally this checkbox? Nothing to enqueue, nothing to enqueue. Okay. Is it the condition behavior doing something weird? How much money to wish list? Nothing. You can just go do it. Is he even like doing anything in the scene? Is he even around? Are we allowed to check? It's not even trying. The sequence player is not even. It's like not even a little bit trying. Why, bro? Here it is. It's active in the scene. It's not even trying to check to see if it's allowed to play itself. Why? On awake, it's doing this. What the hell, man? That's so weird. Is this a play mode options issue? Is this because I haven't compiled in a while? Oh, literally because I haven't. Okay. It didn't compile from the previous time that I changed the code because I left a semicolon out. So maybe this time. Sorry, bud. Okay. So, well, that's a lot of checks. Jesus. Aftermath. Preparing for new sequence. False, true, true. Aftermath. False, true, true. So, has requirements. False. What? After setting the flag to true, it doesn't have the flag. I don't believe it. Ah, this is the thing that I was working on. Okay. I know what it is. Okay. I was confused and now I'm not confused anymore. Yo, for those of you who have not wishlisted Insignia, please go ahead and hit that button. You can now wishlist Insignia on Steam. This helps us find out who's interested in the game, helps me let publishers know that you're excited about it, and secures the success of the game for the future, or at least its development budget. So yeah, if you're hanging out for the game and you haven't pressed that button, that gives me it's a big help. Thank you very much. So, our issue is that the sequence, this is a condition, yeah? It uses the same system I was just using. And the condition system, one sec, pals, one sec. So this is not returning true, even though this onload only check is not being evaluated. Well, it's not supposed to stop this from being evaluated. So if we go back to this thing, this is never returning true. The problem with this is that this thing here doesn't belong to a game object, so it can't know if it's been set to true or false or whatever, unless somebody tells it to check whether or not it doesn't know what state the game is in. It doesn't know if it's currently the first frame of the game or the 17th frame or the 100,000th. It doesn't know. So it needs to be told whether or not it should be caring about that. And that is done by the thing that owns it, essentially. Now, the challenge there is that on an onload check for a condition inside of a sequence can only be managed by its parent sequence player, which has a list of these. So it's like every condition of every sequence that I own, I have to tell to check. And the sequence player doesn't do that right now. Oh, here we go. Bind interaction requirements in sequences to inspector interactable. That's interesting. Not quite what I want, but it's like this. For each event sequence in sequences, we have a condition called expression. Yeah, that's correct. If the expression.operand is an interaction operand, then do something with it. The other one we want to do is to say if expression.operand.kind equals kind.flag, then we want to, whenever a quest flag gets updated, tell this thing to update its evaluation. Now, what's not great about operands is that their evaluations, this is a runtime thing we're talking about, this class. It's data that's real, like runtime data, but this is supposed to be serialized data, all of this stuff. Event fired is non-serialized, so that's probably okay, but it's just not great because if we have two of the same, no, it should be okay. Yeah, it should be fine. So anyway, respond to quest flag set. I do this better in behavior condition. All right. I need to make sure that I undo that at the end somehow, like on destroy. Wait, what? I'm already doing it. Okay. Okay, sure, bud. Hey, Val Pamas. Hey, Matthew House. How long since you been started working on Insignia? I started working on Insignia in 2017. Hey, it works. Great. Okay, well, why is he still here? So Hugo from the Hunden cutscene never disappeared. Because he's not part of that. Well, he's literally not part of it. Oh no, here he is. Yes. Good, good, good. Nice. Getting more people to playtest. I think you should. My goal would be, if I'm in your position, to go find people who are interested in playtesting games rather than reaching out to spaces. Like, go to spaces where that's what people do. Rather than trying to take, because it's always hard to sell people something. If someone's not sold on what you're selling, if they're not buying, you've got an uphill battle. So instead, if you go to like a community of people who like to demo games or play game demos, that's great. Or if you have your own community, if you have a Twitter account where you post to and there are people who are interested in your game, that's good because they're already interested. But if you're sort of like going to other people saying, hey, can you please play my game? And they don't know who you are, it's going to be hard. And if you are trying to crack into a community that you're not already a part of, it's important to give a little, you know? Like, I was happy to play your game because you're a reasonably active member of the community. If you had just rocked up one day and said, hey, play my game, I probably wouldn't have done it. So contributing to places is another important part. You can also go to live meetups. Like where I live, every month there's a meetup group of game developers that they just go to play each other's games. That's all it's for. So important. Now, this guy was not nearly far over enough. He was easy. I'm considering moving that to there. I'm not happy with this kick. This kick does nothing. I might move the tuning fork. I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to move it back here. Oh. And then I'm going to take the arena and move it out to like here. You probably could still hit it then, couldn't you? Let's move it all the way to here. 277. No, it should be over here somewhere. Maybe I'll just put it further over and then move everything else. That was too many though. How about that? Is that too cramped? No, that's pretty good. All right, we need one more line of dialogue, I think. In a couple of places. So here, I think we need any last words, rat, and then he needs to say something. This is Hugo. And he says, I know what you're up. What are you doing here? What are you plotting in Orenstead? something like you're not going to get away with it. Hello. How you doing? Okay. Okay. Just check it. Hey, Sres Hunt. Welcome. Hey, Lishnor. Okay. And then in the timeline, we need any last words right. But first, I think we've done a bit of an error here because, well, we could just push everything forward a little bit. And then like that. Cool. Oof. Why does that happen? No. Okay. And then if I happen to leave and come back. Yes, he's gone. And this is here. So I can still do this. Is that... Am I supposed to be able to do that? Oh, yeah. Cool. Well, I think I'm actually done with this section. I was stuck here for ages, and I think I finally have something that's like pretty workable now. Jeez Louise. All right. So that's now done. I have to leave soon. Yo, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Just gotta make sure everything else still works. It's going great here, making some progress. Marvelous. Oops. Whoop. Well, that's no good. Whoop. Okay. We have an error. Okay. Do I need to do that for every single NPC? That would be crazy. Oh, I actually do. Damn. Well, that's not what I had expected. How did I ruin that? Cool. Okay. I'm going to do a quick search. Interactable. Wait, get components in children interactables. Why did that not work? Update prompt. What the heck? Wow, actually broken. Did I break every NPC in the game somehow just now? Interactables is a list of interactables, but yeah, I understand. I know it's a bit weird. There is a thing called interactable. That's right. And it's actually this condition interactable. That's the thing that... Well, hang on a sec. Let's think about this. Oh, the condition... Wait. Condition interactable. That's the thing that lets us know that we can play. Okay, we need to find it then. If condition interactable equals null, if get component in children prompt NPC, I think it's just called prompt, is not null, then condition interactable equals P. And this is this thing? Yeah. Okay. Bit awkward. But it should mean that Walter here is correctly set up. Yeah, he's got the prompt there. So if I talk to him, quest starts, and then I can talk to him again. Okay. Except it's facing the wrong way. Bro, your prompt is backwards. How embarrassing for you. You get your prompt on backwards, buddy. It doesn't look wrong. Wait, he is -1. Oh, that's why. This should be 1. And then this should be -1. And then why are there 2 of him? Wait, what? Okay. This needs to be here, I guess? No, I see. I see. I suppose this just could be, oh gosh. This is 1. This is -1. And this is -1. But then this box needs to go back this way. Okay. Oh yeah. You can basically define a variable inside an if statement and then use it inside of the scope of the if. Very, very handy. Wait, why is he not... Hang on a second. Oh my god, what's happening? Did I make a mistake? Trigger on collision. This is the collider. Oh, because it's not going to trigger on collision because the collision interactable is the prompt now? This... Man, I'm really painting myself into a corner here, aren't I? Why is it that this is the case? If it's trigger on collision, then it doesn't matter what the interactables are, right? Because you're just colliding with it. So I'm going to make a call now and just say no. But even if that's the case, he should be playing the first thing first. I'm actually very confused right now. No progress, unless no progress happens to have some progress in it. Nope. Alright, well, we go again, I guess. What happens if I take it away? What happens if I say this is none? Does it run then? No. So it's got nothing to do with that. Oh. Wait, there are no conditions required to play. So it should just play on trigger enter all the time. It should be no problem. Okay, it's not even doing the on trigger enter. That tells us something. Probably because this is not on the same collider. Would I do it again? Honestly, probably not. Not at this scale. I'd pick something smaller. 100%. Doesn't mean I regret it, but I wouldn't do it the same. What is this? And what is this? How does it know what that is? Terrible, terrible logic. Well, what factors does interactable have? Interaction prompt. It's got on trigger, on detrigger, on execute. It's got as an is triggered on collision. Jesus. This should be a lot simpler than it is. Damn. And then what is run checks? Ah! No. Oh, Jesus. I've been coding since 2009, but not professionally or anything like that. More seriously since like 2011. All right. Look at all this code that, oh no, that's not commented out. It just thought it was. Okay. I don't even know what condition interactable is. I don't even know what that really means. This is just such, it's so bloated, this script. It's one of the most bloated scripts in the game. Okay, let's read it. For each event sequence, ES in sequences. Okay. On trigger, add listener on trigger. That's good. That's really good. If we're playing and we can interact and our current sequence is not null and director is ready. Okay. So what's calling this to get triggered? Oh, I know. This trigger happens when... Actually, I do know what this is. Why doesn't this do anything? On player... Hang on a second. On player stay. Engine, arm, and free control. Set and... Yep. This is the most important thing. Pushes this interactable for interaction to the engine stack. Okay. So that's all, that's fine. But the thing is, well, I've kind of got a better way to handle this, I guess. We just don't use the prompt. So nothing's broken. It's just not the appropriate way to do this. If we copy this component, and in fact, if we like reshape it to something that makes just a bit more sense size-wise. So it's like, this is just like if you're trying to talk to him, that's what it looks like. And then here on the sequence player, there's this paste component as new. Then we have this thing, which is the trigger box for, nope. Well, now I'm really confused. Wait, what is the current sequence if I just press run? Current sequence is 2. What? Now I'm really confused. Why can't we trigger this? Why aren't we allowed to play this? Because it doesn't have a condition? That can't make any sense. What? I don't believe it. Whatever it is, I don't believe it. Checking after first forge, finished first forge, unfinished first forge, after first forge, finished first forge, unfinished. Wait, where's meat? Where is meet him? What? What? Where is the one where we check to see if he's meet or instead? What the heck? 4, 3, 2, 2. Oh, this requires that we have met guard in order to play. Is this returning true? That would be really bad. This is returning true. Rutrow. It says we have the requirements, which means at the start, this meet guard quest flag is saying, yep, we've got that one. We're all good. Ready to go, boss. And it's like, no, you friggin' don't. You actually don't though, buddy. Little bro. You literally don't have that quest flag. You don't have any of the quest flags. You just got here. You were just born, brother. So the thing is returning true, even if it's false. Fantastic. All right, well, back to the drawing board. Why is this returning? Oh, shit. Yeah. If this is the flag that we're trying to do. quest evaluation. I think that's actually, maybe we don't do that. But this shouldn't return true unless we're looking for that flag. So like, what the hell? What the hell? Oh my God. No way. What the hell, man? What the hell? Wait, what? It's not even checking them. Hang on. How are we doing a quest evaluation without ever setting it to true and then returning true anyway? Excuse me? Bozo? Oh, this might be the thing I was worried about. It actually might be serialized as true. Damn, that's really bad. That's really bad engineering if that's the case. I could be in real trouble here. Uh-oh. If I go here and I show in Explorer and I open this asset, wait a second. No. How could that? No. It's just cached, surely. Surely somehow it's cached. It can't be. But then this... No, this is the thing that evaluates, but we're never even doing it. Okay, let's try again. I'm just gonna think it's hot reload. I don't understand. What the heck? This is the only time this happens. So it's just being true? It's just already true? True for Meet God. We met him, guys. We know him. We know the guy. How? This is just a Boolean that's just like serialized somewhere, and it is serializable, but where has it been serialized? It gets serialized on the thing that we are... Huh? The thing that we are checking, which is the second quest. Correct. So, sorry, this one. If I open this in the inspector, unfinished forge dialogue, is it actually saved as... But it's not, that is not serializable, that check, because it's just a normal Boolean and it's not public. So quest evaluation can't be. How can this be true? I must be confused. False, we haven't met the guard. False, we haven't met the guard. Wait, what? Wait. The evaluation is true, but the quest flag is not there. So how are we evaluating as true? How are we doing that? Because the quest evaluation has to be set somewhere. It's got 3 references. Okay? There's 3 places where it exists. Here, here, and a place that I'm just commenting it. But we're already logging here and it's never getting set to true. So it is persistent, yes, but if you modify it, it doesn't reset when you stop the game. It is persistent, but when it doesn't reset when you stop the game. So I need to reset it to false. But the thing is, this isn't a scriptable object. Well, it's a serializable field inside of a scriptable object. Oh, you're talking about Lee.dot. Yes, they are. Quests are scriptable objects. Those sequences are scriptable objects. That's right. And serializable conditions, these operands, are serializable objects stored inside the scriptable objects. So they do have the potential to be stored, but this is a private, this Boolean is not one of those serialized. Is there a do not serialize? I thought a field had to be public in order to be serializable, even when a class was tagged as serializable. So the other thing I can do is just set everything to false on page, like on the start, and then set it to true. Wait. What does this do? Okay, that's fine. It's not even a public variable though. I'm so confused, bro. I'm so confused. It must be something I just don't understand about this. Hopefully this gives us a little bit of something. Or I force it to be what the quest says it should be. At the beginning. Hey, it works. Gosh, that was scary. No! It played twice. What is going on? Okay, we remove this. We try again. Okay. 1. Nice. Okay, good. It wasn't anything to do with anything. It was just something else that I ruined. Okay, do we get a little prompt? Yes. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, game is still functional. Man, some of the sticky tape this game has. Man, Maggie, why is your text box backwards? Why are you doing this to me? Okay, let's go check Rupert. Did I set him up to be that way? Yes. Okay. All right. And back home, we'll test that. This is actually the stuff that I'm doing right now, it's very sensitive stuff. Because there's a lot of different things that depend on that sequence player behaving very consistently. And I just changed about 3 different edge cases for how it works. Oh, the speedrun strats. Nice. Okay, it's good. I mean, looks fine to me. Let's go fix Maggie. I need it to just look like that all the time. If I apply it, at least then I can see when things are wrong or right. It won't stay that way. it'll get reset to whatever it is. Oh man, where did it go?
Baba,
Yes.
are you
Hello.
nearly done?
Yeah. Is it almost ready?
Like 5 minutes?
Okay. I'll be done in 5.
Maybe less.
Thank you. Invisible. Why? Sprite is there. Sprite is on the triggers layer. Triggers should be visible right now. No problem with that. Except nothing. If I go to the engine and the primary camera mask does not have triggers on it. Why? Because I just did that for some reason. But if I walk over it now, I must have been doing some cutscene, some footage stuff for the game. Okay. Well, I mean, why does that look pretty good there? Oh, because I just moved this for no reason. Revert that. Revert that. Move this over to here. Revert that. Move it back here. Like that. Cool. That's better. But oh yeah. I guess that's technically the way that I designed that to work. It's supposed to be that it gives you the exclamation mark if it's important, and it's important if we have the requirements for it and we don't have the given flag. Okay, so as long as a cutscene hasn't been seen by the player, they get an exclamation mark. I would like to change that at some point, because I think that seeing that makes me think that's part of the main quest line. The ... dots are certainly, well, it's just that, I mean, you get... It's really hard because you certainly get progress for talking to them. Unless I make it so that you don't. That could be the check. If you don't actually get any progress for it, then it doesn't matter. So like quest flags currently... Wait, really? They don't? Oh, only the no save ones? No, they should. Oh wow, I actually don't have a thing that checks whether it sets progress or not. Okay, so every quest flag can counts towards progress. Really? Is that right? I feel like only the quest flags that are part of quests should go towards progress. But I guess that's not true either. Tough. Anyway, that's all UX. It's not a big deal. All right. Always good to have a commit message that says needs validation that you push to prod. Needs validation. Everybody, please install the game. You'll be validating it with your playtesting. All right, let's find someone to raid and get out of here. It's more like if you talk to somebody, before you talk to them, should the speech bubble above their head indicate that talking to them is going towards quest progress, or just that it does something that you haven't done yet? Like in this case, she has 3 things you can say. If you haven't heard 1, 2, or 3, then she gets an exclamation mark over her head. But in this case, talking to her doesn't do anything. It's just dialogue you haven't heard. That's the reason currently why you get an exclamation mark. It's dialogue you haven't heard that something else will check. Non-repeatable dialogue. Which is probably a little bit meh. Swashbuckling Fox. That's a cool name. It's a great name. Thank you, pals, for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. I'll be back tomorrow for more dev. I'm working hard this week. We're going to make good progress. That's the stream. If you haven't wishlisted Insignia, go wishlist Insignia. It helps me out a lot if you do. And go watch my YouTube channel if you want to see tutorials on game dev. So that's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.